Morning to everyone. 8:31, and I just want to welcome everyone to the search committee for
This
the next
meeting is
superintendent.
being recorded.
Thank you. For the next superintendent at Virginia Military Institute, and I just wanted to start off by saying how much I appreciate every one of you all willing to be on this committee, and what an honor and a privilege it is for me to be a part of this committee as the chair of the search committee. Did someone else just join, or did I miss something? I guess that's someone's hitting the bell. What I wanted to do is go around the virtual room and introduce everyone first of all, and then I'd like to get a quick comment from our board president, who also is on the search committee, just in the way of just giving us some words of encouragement, and then we'll go right into the agenda. Let's start off, because I'll just go ahead and call your name out. You can introduce yourself, and then just your affiliation with VMI. So I'll start with the vice chair, Tom.
Hey, good morning, Tom Watson, class of 76 and member of the BOV.
Great. Mr. Boland, our president.
Bill Boland, president of the BOV, VMI 73. Glad to be here.
Excellent. Laura?
Hi, I'm Laura Chambers, and I'm class of 2003 and on the Board of Visitors.
Excellent. General Dominic?
Good morning, West Point, class of 62, member of the Board of Visitors, proud of VMI.
Excellent. Conrad?
Good morning, Conrad Hall, class of 1965, member of the Board of Visitors.
Fantastic. Mike?
Mike Hamlar, member of the Board of Visitors.
Excellent. Dave?
David Miller, class of 70, member of the Board of Visitors.
All right. Hugh?
Good morning, Hugh Fain, class of 1980, member of the Board of Visitors.
Great. General Wilson?
General Wilson, Fran Wilson, pardon me, non-graduate, member of the Board of Visitors.
Fantastic. Tom Slater?
You're muted, Tom. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Tom Slater, class of 66, the second oldest alumnus on the call.
That just means you have a lot of wisdom, so we'll take that. Sam?
Good morning, Sam Stocks, class of 90, and I'm the president of the VMI Alumni Association.
Great. Professor Miller?
Hi, everyone. Emily Miller. I'm head of the VMI English department and glad to be here. I apologize. I'm going to have to pop out about 9 because I have 2 classes this morning, but I'll pop back in after that. So thank you.
Outstanding. And I think we have some others on the call as well. I think, Lee, you said Deb Love was here?
Yes, sir. Miss Love.
I am. Hi, I'm Deb Love, and I am the chief of the education section in the Office of the Attorney General.
Outstanding. I feel comfortable that we won't go off the rails because you're here. Thank you very much. And Lee, why don't you introduce yourself, because you're probably a very critical member as well. You're kind of guy that's keeping us all together as a secretary.
Good morning. Colonel Lee Rakes. I'm the Director of Assessment Evaluation here at VMI. Happy to be working with you. Very, very, very proud to have this opportunity to be with you and help facilitate this process. I'll be your administrative liaison for the next 5 or 6 months, depending on how things shake out. So anything you need, the materials or otherwise, please let me know, and I'll be happy to make that a reality for you. So glad to be working with you, and look forward to facilitating this process.
Outstanding. Fantastic. So by the way of the agenda, I'll just kick it off with some introductory comments, and then Bill, I'm going to ask you say a couple words, and then at 9 o'clock, we're going to have our legal brief and instructions from Deb Love. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll go into closed session where we're going to have presentations by the top 3 vendors for the search firm. We'll emerge from that closed session and with any discussions from the public, and then close this out and adjourn thereafter. So with that, Bill, I just, obviously as the president of the Board of Visitors, you've given us this task, and while you're here, I'd just like to get a couple comments from you in terms of your thoughts about the process we're undertaking.
Yeah, thanks everybody for agreeing to serve on this committee. I want to especially thank Gene for agreeing to be chair of the committee. He said yes very quickly, and then I think over the past few weeks has realized that maybe that was a mistake. Professor Miller, thank you for agreeing to serve on this. We look forward to hearing from you. Tom Slater, it's always great to have you around. And Sam, thank you for joining us and being a representative on behalf of all of our alumni. Lee Rakes you've been introduced to him. Most of us on the board know him. Most of us on this call know Lee. He has been working very hard for the past couple of months to get everything organized and planned so the process will go very smoothly. And Deb Love, she's head of the education section, but she also has a specialty in presidential searches. And Deb and I have been talking off and on for the last 12, 15 months, I guess. So she is not brand new to our school or to our process. And we greatly appreciate your support and advice on that. I think all of us on the call knew we would be here doing this job. I don't think anybody anticipated that it would be now or under these circumstances. But here we are, and this is probably the most important function that the Board of Visitors has, and is selecting our next superintendent. And I think with this committee, we're in good hands. So let's be open. The only piece of advice, and we all know this, and this is how we end up getting our last superintendent. Often the best candidate that you'll find for a presidency, or those of us who have hired know this for a fact, they don't know that they want the job, and they are not interested in the job. And it's our job to go find them and convince them that they're the right person for the job. So Gene, let's get started.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. That makes a big difference. Again, I'll just say that I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to support you guys in this process. And to that extent, we'll talk a little bit about that process. I'll have Lee go over our timeline in a draft form, because obviously we've not selected a search committee or a search firm at this point. But the timeline, optimistically or realistically, is around the April target of selecting candidate to present to the Board of Visitors for approval, with the opportunity and hope of having that person on board by the summer. So with that in mind, we're looking to present no more than 4 candidates to the board for approval, so that the board can have meetings and reviewing of those candidates, such that we have face-to-face meetings. Might be a bit tricky in this pandemic environment, but we think we can work through that. With that having been said, Lee, I'll turn it over to you to kind of walk through the process. And in essence, it's not in concrete at this point, because we haven't, as I said, selected the search committee, but Lee has a process that he's provided, and we'd like to kind of walk through that so you all get an idea of what we're trying to accomplish. So Lee, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
The timeline?
Yes.
Great, thanks. So I talked about this a little bit at the last Board of Visitors meeting. I know most of you were in that. I had this graphic ready at the time, but I didn't throw it up on the screen just for the sake of time. But this is sort of what I was thinking then, and that hasn't changed. In my conversations with several search firms, this seems to be realistic. So right now, as you know, we're in the planning and organization phase of this. Once we make the selection of the search firm, we'll go into the recruitment phase, and then screening and evaluation, and then, of course, interviews, and then the evaluation and nomination process. But this was the timeline that the Citadel used was pretty much exactly this. They started in late October, early November, got underway, and then planned to have it done in March. So I sort of use that as a basis for whether or not this could be done realistically. I think this is correct. If anything, once we select the search firm and then have a conversation with them about the particulars, I don't see this shrinking. If anything, it would probably go another month, maybe into April or May. And of course, it's going to depend on the candidate, what current contractual obligations they have, and things of that nature as to when they could start. So just something to keep in mind. Again, as Mr. Scott said, this is a draft. We've sort of, we've got a form, we've poured the concrete, but the concrete is not solidified at this point. So with that's all I have about the timeline, just to give you an idea about how this thing is going to unfold. If there are any questions, I'm happy to field those at this time.
So I just happened to notice, and I hate to interject with this, but I think we all ought to adopt Gene's new name. Just start calling him Tina.
I knew I'd take a little heat for that. Colonel Ricks, you told me I'd get a little heat for switching that computer. For those of you who don't know, I'll just let you in on the joke there. My wife's computer is a little bit much better than mine, so I switched it because everything functions a little better. So I'm coming up with her name, so that's why you see not Jean but Tina, but that would be it. So no questions there. Let me again just say that, again, this timeline is not set in concrete. We'll probably adjust it when we get the search firm aboard, but it kind of gives us a pretty good outline relative to what we need to accomplish here. And by the way, fortunately for us, we have Conrad Hall, who is on our search committee, who is also on the search committee. Conrad, I don't want to call you out, but you've been a wealth of knowledge relative to what ODU is undertaking, and Deb Love is also a part of that. And you know, we benefit greatly because they're undertaking this process, and they're a little ahead of us, and we've kind of adapted a lot of the things that they're doing in terms of making sure that our process is transparent and open, and they've done a really good job in that. So we've got some insight going forward to avoid any potential bumps in the road, to make sure that our search is as smooth and transparent as possible. With that, we're a bit early. No one had, by the way, does anybody have any questions, comments at this point in time of what we're undertaking, where we are and what we're trying to do here? Any thoughts, any comments?
Maybe Gene, just for a second for Conrad, given you're in the midst of a process now, anything that you've seen with the COVID environment that's affected that process that we should be aware of?
You know, Tom, I think we were all very concerned at ODU about how well the interviews would work using Zoom techniques and whatnot. And I think we've actually been pleasantly surprised at how well we've been able to move through the materials and the interviews and whatnot. We're deep into it now. We're coming up on sort of the master list of candidates. And I personally have been very pleased with the way the thing has gone. And I wouldn't anticipate any problem with our process using Zoom at all. But one thing we have decided at ODU, though, is when we get down to those final 4 that Gene mentioned, We're determined to do that in person, whether we have to be 100 feet apart or whatever it takes. We're going to bring them to the ODU campus and do it in the traditional way. But up until that point, we're doing well. But thanks.
Thanks, Conrad.
Great question. Thanks, Tom. Anybody have any other questions, comments, or anything that they think they need to add at this point in time as we start this process?
Jane, could Colonel Rakes just give us a little heads up on how to, what information will go into that box folder that we will be accessing from time to time?
Oh, certainly.
Absolutely, sir. So if you haven't received the link, please let me know. I know some of you have received it, some of you haven't, and then some of you have received it, and it's maybe you have a firewall or something that's preventing you from accessing that folder. And if that's the case, that's perfectly fine. I will send you the materials directly via email if you can't get that set up. So just shoot me an email and let me know. Right now, what's in that folder are, it's pretty limited. It's a draft brief that I have in there that I've sort of prepared that discusses the timeline, some things to consider from articles like The Economist and Harvard Business Review in terms of how search firms operate and the search process and the CEO selection and succession and things like that. And then I give a little bit of a outline on the finalist search firms that we're going to be viewing today. And then the old materials from the 2002 search process are in there. I've already sent those to you. You should have those by email. If you haven't, or you came in late to the process and you want that, please let me know and I'll get them to you. And then the other thing that's in there is the search firm proposals. So if you haven't had a chance to do that, it's probably a little late to review those if you haven't had the opportunity yet, but you will get the opportunity to see those search firms do a presentation live today. So you'll get as much information as you have. And while we're in closed session, I'll be happy to provide my feedback on what I think about those firms and the information that I've gathered from other universities that have used those firms recently. And of course, we have somebody who's in the process right now on the board and has experience with one of these firms as well and can provide great insight and feedback on that experience as well. So,
Colonel Rakes, I guess my question was really about going forward. Do we need to check that box daily, weekly, or will you send us a note when there's new information in there?
Absolutely, sir. Anytime that new information goes into that folder, I will send out an email to tell you that it's been updated. It will really be, a lot of what goes in there will be facilitated by the search firm. So anything that Mr. Scott would like me to do, of course, we'll add that those documents to that folder so you have shared access, and then I'll send updates via email to let you know that new information has been added for sure.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, this is Gene. What I found is that kind of saves you a little time from getting a lot of emails sent to you in your inbox. And by him doing it with the folders, it makes it really easy to navigate without having to check a lot of emails and then you're trying to download and store it on your computer.
Right. I found it pretty easy to use. I just was wanting to know about going forward what our responsibilities might be.
Yeah. Great question. All right. If there's any more questions, what I'd like to do is turn the meeting over to Deb Love, who is going to give us our FOIA training. So she's going to provide a presentation on FOIA and also general guidance for navigating the search process from a legal perspective to make sure that we're doing things appropriately and properly. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Deb, and let you guide us through this process.
All right, thank you. I'm going to try to get a screen up here to share. Let's see if I accomplish that.
So Deb, do we need to go into closed session for this?
No, I'm planning this for open session.
Okay.
Now, let's see. I've never shared my screen, so let's see. I'm going to share my entire screen. And this is not working the way I had hoped. All right. I'm guessing you don't see this screen, the FOIA screen.
No, ma'am, we can't see it just yet. When you highlight the green button below that says share screen, you should see a sort of smorgasbord, if you will, of options to choose from your computer, and you'll click on the one that has the FOIA presentation in it, and that should allow you to share.
No, I don't know if it's a good idea to spend too much time on this, trying to get the technology right.
Miss Love, if you'd like to email me your presentation, I can open it on my computer, share the screen, and then advance the slides for you.
Why don't I do that? All right, Lee, I think I've sent that off to you. While we're getting that set up, let me introduce myself a little further. As previously mentioned, I am the chief of the education section. That means we have about 50 lawyers in the Attorney General's office who represent the various agencies and institutions under the Secretary of Education. Most of our 50 lawyers are on campuses.
Hey, Lee, can you hear Deb?
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
So I am the chief of the education section. Part of the portfolio of the section chief for a number of years has been advising boards of visitors and search committees on searches. It can be, uncomfortable for the line attorney, in your case, Cindy Norwood, who's, an outstanding, very capable attorney, but it can present some difficulties and challenges when boards of visitors or are dealing with employment issues involving their presence, not all of which are, good sorts of employment issues, and for the searches and that sort of thing. And we found over time, it's just better if the section chief sort of steps in and provides that advice, and then the line attorney can just continue to do the day-to-day work for the institution. Since most of you are on the on or have been on boards of visitors, this is not going to be new to you. I hope to not make this too tedious for you all. And because it's an open session, which is certainly fine, there's nothing I have to say to you in this presentation that needs to be kept confidential. I'm certainly happy to entertain questions, but because we're in open session, I may prefer to answer some of those questions offline, but certainly happy to clarify anything if it's not clear, and have any discussions offline with any of you who has questions. And Lee and Jean have my contact information, and happy to provide that to you. Next slide, please. So the purpose of FOIA, pretty straightforward. The business of the Commonwealth is, in fact, the business of the people. And where that translates to in our state FOIA law is that the citizens and the members of the press have the right to copy and inspect records and to attend public meetings. And those are really the two significant branches of FOIA, having to do with records and with meetings. Next slide. just because it's worth saying, making sure we understand that there are some implications for failure to comply with FOIA. Lawsuits can be brought and have been brought. Institutions can be subjected to penalties of up to $5,000. It's also, if there's an improper meeting, for example, or an inadequate notice, decisions can be invalidated. And that can lead to some confusion and require some do-overs. And maybe most importantly for this group is there can be a loss of confidence in the search process. If the press or members of the public feel rightly or wrongly that they have not received the sort of access that they're entitled to, that can give rise to suspicions about what it is that's really going on. Good adherence to FOIA can counteract that. Next slide. So we're going to talk first about meetings. So what's a meeting? Well, it's really a function of two things: how many people are involved and why is it what's going on. So the how many generally means we're looking for a quorum. I'm sorry, 7 is not the quorum for this group. This is from a Board of Visitors presentation. I forgot to take a look at and see that, but a quorum I think is going to be a majority of your group. But it can also mean 3 or more, as few as 3. And if you had a subcommittee somehow that you charge to do a certain thing, a quorum could be even smaller. But if you got a quorum or at least 3, even if that's not a quorum, that means it's a meeting if, and here's where we get to the why, if you're in the having discussions or transacting public business. And this rubric applies to the search committee. The search committee is a committee designated by the Board of Visitors, well, this case acting through the president of the board, to advise the Board of Visitors and to perform a delegated function, that is to screen candidates to become the next superintendent of VMI. So this applies to you as well. Next slide. When we're having a meeting, whether there's 3 of us or 3 of you or a quorum, there's certain things hoops we're going to have to jump through, and Lee and I have already been at work on some of these things. We're going to have to generally give notice, at least three working days notice in advance of the meeting. There's certain things the notice has to require. Now, we can't have an emergency meeting where it's necessary, and it's not required that we give the full 3 days notice. If something comes up and it was urgent to meet again, we just have to, the charge is to give the best notice that's reasonable under the circumstances. We have to give notice of the date and the time and the location. And of course, with virtual meetings, the location is somewhere in cyberspace, so we have to be able to tell members of the public where they can find the meeting. When it comes time to interviewing candidates, if we're doing virtual interviews, it's easy enough to have a closed session that's out of sight of where the public does not have access, and that's proper, and FOIA permits that. If you find yourself in the place where we're going to have in-person interviews, it can also be a challenge for candidates where confidentiality may be critical to have members of the public or the press know where the meeting's going to be. Then they just watch the doorways to see who's going in and out. But there's a provision in FOIA that allows, in that specific situation, for a meeting to be held at an undisclosed location. There are particular hoops that we have to jump through at that time. There's no need to talk about them now. They're very simple to do, but we'll take care of that at the appropriate time. When we're having a meeting, the press and the public have the right to attend. The meeting needs to be conducted in open session, but there are exceptions for that, as you're well familiar. And we have to record minutes. Next slide. So closed sessions, as I said, are the exception. We have to have be going into closed session for one of the enumerated purposes in FOIA. The committee can have whomever it needs to have, it chooses to have in the closed session with it. So closed session does not mean it's just you. You're required actually by law to invite the Attorney General's representative to all meetings. That would include closed meetings. But you can also have others as well. When we come out of closed session, there is a requirement that every member of the committee who participated in the closed session certify that the meeting was held in accordance with it was conducted, held for the purpose that was cited in the motion to go into closed session to begin with, and we stayed on topic. And staying on topic is going to be important. Next slide. So I don't know how many, there's probably 30 reasons for being able to go into closed session. There's really 3 that are most likely going to have implications for this group. The one is the personnel exception. It's important to know, though, when we're talking about the personnel exception, we have to be talking about identifiable individuals, necessarily be talking about identifiable individuals. You may prefer, you might like to discuss, for example, what you're looking for in the next superintendent. What is it you want to see in the leadership profile? Well, that is a discussion that's going to have to take place in open session. Once you're getting down to the place where you're reviewing applications or profiles and deciding who you want to interview, who you want to present to the board, those are going to be discussions that will necessarily involve talking about identifiable individuals, and that can be held in closed session. And I think we need to be careful about being cute. I mean, probably every one of you has thoughts of someone who might be a good superintendent or who certainly ought to be considered for that prospect. Well, we don't get to really brainstorm on that in open session. My suggestion to you is that once you've selected a search firm, that those suggestions you have be routed to the search firm for their vetting and doing what they do. But we will be able to go into closed session when we're talking about identifiable individuals. You'll also be able to go in and talk about contract. And one of the things that it's really more of concern for the board is, what's our budget for this person? What do we think it's going to require to bring the right individual into this position? And then, of course, you can always go into closed session to talk with me as counsel for this. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, there's a process for going into closed session. We have to start in open session, even when we're having a meeting that's going to be nothing except where this only substance is going to be something that's proper fodder for closed session. We still have to start the meeting in open session. There needs to be a particular motion that says why we're going into closed session. It has to have certain elements, and Lee and I, I'm happy to check all those to make sure we've got all the boxes checked. The most important thing for members of the search committee is to remember why it is we're going into closed session, and staying on that topic. It can be very easy while we're in there and we're sort of talking to each other, maybe more candidly than might happen in open session, to want to bring up another point. Well, that other point, unless it's part of the reason we went into closed session, personnel, for example, is not going to be proper. It's not appropriate forum to go into closed session for, say, personnel and while we're in closed session, ask for legal advice, because the committee did not go into closed session to consult with counsel. It went into closed session to discuss personnel. So we just sort of need to think about this and anticipate it. And Jean and I have talked about this as well. And I'm confident that we're going to have your motions well in hand. And part of my job, and frankly, part of the job of every member of the committee, is to help make sure we stay on topic. So when I do that, I'm not being mean. I'm trying to make sure we're getting we're doing this in all the right way and that there's folks can continue to have confidence in this process. Next slide. When we return to open session, there will be a motion. We're going to have a recorded vote. I don't know what the Board of Visitors practice on this is. It's often done as a roll call vote, but a recorded vote is just fine. The point is that we know that every member of the committee made the certification. If for some reason you feel you cannot make the certification, you need to mention that before we have that vote. But there's a script that we're going to have if you're not familiar with this or if you've been away from it a while. Next slide. There are several different formats for meetings. One of the things I decided in preparing this presentation, I want to put together a little table to summarize them more succinctly, but I will go through them now. So, way back in the day when I started with the Attorney General's office in 1985, the only kind of meetings we could have were meetings where everyone was physically present in one location. You have a quorum there and that's it. And the public and the press can attend that one location meeting. So that's sort of an old-fashioned in-person meeting. Next slide. Then as technology entered our lives, other options became available. There are two approaches where we can have a quorum of the committee physically present in one location. And then there are two options for other people to be involved. One is what I'll call a planned remote location, where we know in advance, well in advance, that one or more members are going to participate from a remote location. Those locations, remote locations, do not have to be open to the public unless there are 3 or more members operating from that one remote location. And there's certain other considerations. So we have, there has to be notification to the public about where these locations are. Not that they're entitled to be there, only if there's 3 members present. There has to be a mechanism for those folks to be heard in the meeting, and just kind of what you'd expect. What's notable is that if for some reason the Wi-Fi goes down or the someone's connection goes down from one of those remote locations, we have to stop the meeting until that connection is restored. Then there's the other variation of this, that's one some of you may be more familiar with. It's used more commonly, particularly under these circumstances, in the pandemic circumstances. So we still have a quorum physically present in one location, but someone has a personal or medical emergency or personal or medical reason that they cannot attend in person. The Board of Visitors has a policy that permits, and this will apply to the search committee as well, that permits a person with a personal or medical reason to contact, in this case it would be the chair, to explain, I can't attend in person, I'm traveling on business, or I'm unwell, I've got a broken leg, can't travel, but I can participate by phone. And they would still be allowed to participate from wherever they are. There's no need to advertise those remote locations. I will note that if the member's reason for not participating is medical, that can happen as many times as it needs to happen. And there's no explanation about what it is. You just explain that there's a medical reason and we're done with it. If it's for a personal reason, such as vacation or business travel, that sort of thing, there is a limit of 2 meetings you can participate in remotely in a calendar year. All right, next slide. So now we come to the pandemic. So we can have a purely virtual meeting, such as we're doing, when the governor has declared a state of emergency. And he's done so, and it seems that Governor Northam is unlikely to end that state of emergency anytime soon. So I think we can plan for this going forward. But the nature of the emergency has to make it impracticable or unsafe to meet in person. I think that's a test that's fairly readily met under these circumstances. And the meeting needs to be to conduct required business. And obviously the search for a new superintendent is required business. So we're going to check all of these boxes. But with the sweet sometimes comes the salty. And so that's the next slide. This is the legislation that gave rise to this option of meeting during the pandemic remotely. Was first introduced to the Appropriations Act in this spring as a way of helping boards do the things they need to do during these circumstances. But the General Assembly decided that there's a few things that we're going to have to, if we're going to make it easy for you to meet purely virtually, there's going to be some conditions that are going to have to go along with that. The public continues to have a right to witness the meeting. That means in the notice of the meeting, the public needs to be told how they can view it. The meetings have to be recorded. Now that requirement does not apply to closed sessions. The recording or a transcript of the meeting is going to have to be posted in the same way your minutes are going to have to be posted. And again, that's not going to apply to the portions of the meetings that take place in closed session. And there's a requirement that there be an opportunity for public comment if the platform being used permits it. So, I'm not the tech expert, but I understand that for many of these platforms, there's going to be a requirement if someone from the public wants to be able to speak to the search committee, they're going to have to sign up in advance and Lee or someone's going to have to make arrangements for them to be able to be heard during the meeting. So it's Lee's job and mine to kind of watch the back end of that, but you need to be aware that there does have to be an opportunity for public comment. It can be limited. You're allowed to limit it in terms of time or how much time you're going to give it. And one way to soften that is to allow the option of supplementing oral communications to the committee with something in writing. And I understand that there's already a mailbox set up to address that sort of thing. And we can also limit it to the subject of the content of the public comment be limited to the subject of the meeting. So, the search committee would be accepting comments relating to the search, not the other issues relating to VMI or higher education or the turnout of the election or whatever. You can limit it to the stuff that's in your portfolio. But we do have to ensure that the public continue to have access for the duration of the meeting. And what that means is, for some reason, if the platform crashes or something, the meeting's going to have to be suspended until the public access is restored. Next slide. One warning I want to give you is there's a place where email can start to look like a meeting, right? If any of you remember AOL, right? You had the chat rooms, right? It was really like you were kind of talking to people. You're exchanging emails, or messages, but you still, it was a real-time conversation that's taking place. Well, the same thing can happen with email exchanges. And we've had guidance from the Virginia Supreme Court that tells us that when there's a point when things are starting to happen in real time, communications, questions are being asked and answered, or people are commenting on things in real time, and there's at least 3 members involved, that really starts to look like a meeting. You may not be talking to each other, but you're communicating with each other in real time. So the more it looks like a meeting, the more it's going to be treated like a meeting, and it's going to have, you get one of these email exchanges and we haven't put notice of that, the public's not able to watch it, so now it's an illegal meeting. So where this can become a real problem, excuse me, is when we hit reply all, right? Somebody hits reply all and now the things are going and the conversation's happening. When you look at the exchange of email, if it looks like a meeting, The law is probably, a court's probably going to treat it like a meeting. So, you know, there are ways of addressing that. One, don't do reply all, reply the person. You can put a larger group in your BCC, so reply all doesn't go to everybody, just to the person that's sent. But so I just watch it. It's easy to get tripped up on this, but I think I've made my point. Next slide. So that kind of covers the waterfront on meetings. But the other thing I want to talk briefly about are records. So this is the a paraphrase of the definition of records in the code. It's really everything we've got for this purpose. You are officers, you're of VMI, and all the records that you have or produce that are in the transaction of public business, and certainly the search is, have to be made available to the public or press to read, inspect, or make copies. Now, there are a lot of exceptions to that. Doesn't mean everything has to be seen. There are, in the same way that there are rules in FOIA that permit closed meetings, there are also laws in FOIA that specify certain records don't have to be disclosed, such as personnel records. So when you're looking at the portfolio of a candidate for the superintendent's position, those are not records that have to be disclosed to public. But the default is, in the same way the default is that meetings are open unless they close, the default is records are available unless there's an exception. We had a little bit of a discussion about the box folder that's been set up for the search committee. My guess is that the search firms you're looking at probably each have some sort of portal that will be made available to members of the search committee, and that's probably where they will be keeping all materials related to candidates for the position. And those are also public records. They're being held on your behalf. But I think that was the only point I really needed to make on that. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, what's a record? Right? It's anything that's in the furtherance of the transaction of public business, such as this search, but it also applies to the variety of forms that these things could take. Emails, voicemail messages, text messages, anything that's in your computer. The fact that you are not using a vmi.edu email address doesn't mean, and you're using your Gmail account, it's still a public record if it's something that you have by virtue of your being on this committee and the record is speaking to the search in this case. These records are supposed to be kept where there are records retention requirements. They have to be kept for a certain length of time. This is not something I want members of the committee to get too wrapped around the axle on. I think my recommendation to you is, Lee, do we have vmi.edu addresses for all members of the search committee?
No, ma'am. That's not something we can, even with the superintendent search at vmi.edu, if they're not within the organization, we can't give them an email internally, according to our IT folks.
Oh, interesting. But the Board of Visitors members have. Do they have vmi.edu email addresses?
I don't think so, ma'am.
Oh, interesting. All right. Well, that's
no,
unexpected.
we do not.
Okay. Well, what I recommend to you is, one, minimize the number of records that you're creating. You know, if you can pick up the phone and speak to somebody about something, I know it can be very easy to just dash off an email, but that email is now one more record that needs to be kept. And Lee, maybe you and I ought to talk about sort of the records retention requirements on this and maybe get some guidance out to the committee.
Yes, ma'am.
So one, I would minimize the number of records. The other thing I would do is recommend that whatever your email platform is, that you set aside a separate folder, and you might have subfolders in it, it's up to you, but a separate folder for this, so that in the event there is a FOIA request, and I'm confident there will be at one point, at some point, it becomes relatively easy for you to do a search of those records. The other thing you can do is copy Lee on everything. And Lee, I apologize for not asking you about this in advance. But if VMI has a copy of what you've got, you don't need to keep a discrete copy of it. So if you copy Lee, for example, and he can just file those things away, then if a FOIA request comes, it's relatively easy. But maybe Lee and I can talk a little bit offline about maybe the best way to manage that and get some guidance out to the committee.
Sounds good.
All right, next slide. So speaking of those FOIA requests that are coming, so any citizen of Virginia and most of the press, and that's web-based press as well as newspapers, television, radio stations, and the like, are entitled to have access. They can make a request for records. The request does not have to be in writing. There's a relatively quick timetable for responding. The first response has to be out within 5 working days. You should not have to. This is more informational for you. It'll be staff at VMI who is managing the response. But I bring this up to you so that you are aware that if someone requests you for records or something that could be answered in the form by records, that you may well have received a FOIA request, and that will have triggered the start of this timeline that VMI has to respond. So you should let Lee know right away, and where appropriate, VMI's FOIA officer working with me or Lee working with me will figure out how to respond. Lee, is there anything as a practical matter you want to add to that?
I don't think so, ma'am. I do have a folder set up for this, and everything that comes in, I've already sort of got organized to go into that, and everything we've sent or discussed or been a part of agenda. We're going to be, at least in the way I'd like to move forward, and in my discussions with Mr. Scott and others on the board, is to be as transparent as we can within reason. And then the main thing we need to do is protect candidate confidentiality with zealotry. And I don't want to steal Mr. Scott's thunder, and he'll discuss that later, but that's incredibly important as we move forward. So most of what we're discussing here is about process and timeline and how to do this in a way that gets VMI the best candidates. And if anybody wants to see that, I'd be happy to share it with them. If they need to take a nap or something like that. But as we move forward in the process, I think you're right. Let's be mindful of the communications and the way we do it, and make sure that we are within the confines of Virginia statutes and regulations to make sure we don't have any trip ups along the way. So that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Next slide. So when it comes to responding to FOIA requests, VMI provides access to, FOIA provides access to records, not information. So people are not entitled by law to answers to their questions. Now, if the answer to their question is contained in a record, we have an obligation to do that, but we're not obliged to create records. Sometimes people will ask for compilations of things that have not been done, and there's no obligation for VMI to do that. And records, as I mentioned earlier, can be withheld or redacted for a number of reasons that are listed in the code. I will note that sometimes, there will be inquiries that will come in that will be asking for information. There may be good reason to provide that information, even though there's no legal obligation to do so. It might, allow the search committee or the board or VMI to tell its story more effectively, to combat misinformation that could be out there, that sort of thing. I think if a FOIA request comes in for some search committee related materials, I'll be talking with Gene, with Bill, with Lee about, not a FOIA request, but a request for information having to do with the search. You've got folks who at VMI whose job it is to deal with media and communications to the larger community. We'll be working with them to figure out, is this one of the things where we're going to just sort of close the lid and say, no, there's nothing to talk about or to share here, but in some cases actually can be a good practice to provide information that allows the conversation to move in a direction that you want. Next slide. I mentioned at the outset, and just for emphasis, I'm mentioning again at the end, there are penalties for failure to comply with FOIA. And really, I think the biggest hit is really in the embarrassment, the PR nightmare that can result, the loss of trust. I don't think there's anything more I need to say about that. And next slide. All right. That's it. Are there any questions about FOIA?
Yeah, just maybe a clarification. If a search firm puts together a list of prospects, is that list of prospects available to the public, or how far along can that go before it actually has to go public?
No, it's not going to be available. I mean, you could produce if you wanted to. I'm sure the search firm's going to tell you the need for confidence is quite high here. So no, none of that's going to be there. It really is a question until there is a nominee, until the board says this is our superintendent, all that information can be withheld as a personnel record. There's no obligation to disclose it.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Deb.
Gene, yeah, go ahead, Gene.
I was going to ask, in terms of FOIA, how does that impact closed versus open searches? Or are you going to kind of cover that after in a minute or so?
Well, it's a great pivot question, Gene. I appreciate it. So, there's this real tension, and you're going to hear this from the search firms as well, I think, and you'll hear it in some detail with the firm that you select. From my observations, and Conrad can speak to this as well. It can be so challenging. I saw at the George Mason search, for example, there was a real desire to have finalists come to campus and be interviewed by the faculty, for example. Well, there were candidates who our firm assured us would not remain in the mix if they were going to be, if their name was going to be out there unless they were going to be the next president. So I think that on the other hand, right, you want buy-in from your community. You want to know that your faculty, your students, your alumni, your community, your foundation, all the stakeholders are invested and feel heard, feel that they've got some ownership of the outcome, that they've got, that they've been heard, and they're going to want to meet folks. And there could be candidates who are perfectly fine with that. They're not in a position where they're worried about a current employer getting wind that they're thinking about leaving, or for whatever reason, that's fine with them. That is the exception in higher ed as a rule, but of course VMI is not just any place. So if a retired general maybe doesn't mind, but on the other hand, do we only want to look at retired generals as candidates? Maybe so, maybe not. But I think the firm can talk a little bit more about that. But it was certainly emphasized both at ODU and at George Mason that the lack of confidence can lose you some very attractive candidates and maybe reduce your options. My recommendations to you from my experience with these is that you trust the process. that you trust your search consultant. They're going to be able to do things for you. You know, I have seen on occasion, Conrad, I'm not going to say this is ODU, but I have seen, and those are not the only two searches I've helped out on, but members of the search committee or board of visitors thinking that they know better, because, you know, many of you are in the business of hiring people, and you certainly have expertise that needs to be tapped. But I mean, this is what these firms do full time. So they're going to offer you some options and guidance that I urge you to listen to carefully. Not that you're going to do everything they suggest. This needs to be your search. You need to know, you know the institution better than they do. But I hope you strike a good partnership with that. I think the buy-in from community, you know, this is a committee, frankly, that is heavy on board visitors, members, and former members. You may have some stakeholders who maybe feel that they don't have a seat at the table. So whatever listening and input opportunities that you provide, I think might be particularly critical for this search. I urge you also to, you know, you've got a very aggressive timeline, and you all are going to have to stay disciplined on it, but I don't think that's going to be a problem with this crowd. And fortunately, Jean and Lee and I have been, you know, having regular conversations and being in good communication, and part of our job is to sort of see what's coming and make sure we're ready for it. And I'm looking forward to assisting in this process and seeing what the next step is for VMI. That's it for me, unless you have any questions.
Excellent. Anybody else have any other questions for Deb?
Gene, it was a terrific overview of all these factors that we have to be conscious of. And I would just underscore one thing she mentioned a couple of times, that absolute confidentiality is crucial in this. And when you get down to the final one or two candidates, it's sort of a case by case of whether just how much to share them, so to speak, because some of them will want to be doing this in complete secrecy because they do not want their current employer to have any idea that they're looking at VMI, and others would be quite open to others knowing that they're interested in the job. But along this path, absolute confidentiality with respect to the candidates we're looking at is absolutely crucial. And if that breaks loose, then we lose a tremendous amount of credibility and trust from others who might be interested in applying for this.
Hey, Lee, I had asked Sean to get a set of books that Conrad gave to me concerning presidential searches. This was by a guy, wasn't he the former president at Old Dominion, Conrad, who wrote it? But anyway, yes. It's very good, and it's a very quick read, and so Lee, see if Sean has a set of those that he can distribute to the board. If not, get them, please.
Yes, sir. I'll make that a reality. Thank you.
Hey, Deb, Gene Scott again. Related to what Conrad mentioned, could you touch on whether or not the committee or the process regarding confidentiality and NDAs and how that would be dealt with relative to this committee, relative to your recommendation?
Yeah, what I typically see is some sort of a, I don't know if I'd describe it as an NDA, maybe sort of a confidentiality agreement or a commitment document that members are asked to sign. It includes things like, I agree to honor confidentiality and to not discuss, that sort of thing. Also, there's some ethical considerations as well. It may be that one or more members of the search committee, it seems likely to me that one or more members of the search committee will have some personal connection. It could be a business connection or family connection or other, similar thing with candidates. and the committee as a whole, the committee may want to have some conversation with the consultant about this, but I think those kinds of things probably ought to be disclosed so that it may be that one or more of you it might be best if you recuse yourself from a discussion of a particular candidate for some reason. So there's a number of elements like that, just sort of honoring how we're going to, sort of the rules for the room, if you will. My recommendation, I think, Gene, I think you and I talked about this a little bit, is not doing that at this meeting, but waiting until we had the benefit of a search consultant who has seen more of these than either one of us has and might have his or her own suggestions for what that could be. But I think that would be an excellent, I think that's normative, and I think it would be an excellent practice to take up probably at the next committee meeting.
Got it. Thank you very much. All right. Anybody else have any questions, comments for Deb relative to FOIA? Deb, last question, thought just occurred to me. When I spoke to the Old Dominion Search Committee chair, he talked about listening sessions with key stakeholders. Would the same rules, imagine, being done over Zoom would apply in terms of notification, FOIA, and everything, in terms of getting these key groups together and having these sessions? So everything would apply, or is there anything else based on your experience that we should or should not be doing?
Well, if you're going to have 3 or more members of the search committee holding these listening sessions, they would be meetings for which you'd have to provide notice and so on and so forth. I think the search committee might well tell you that they would also like to be part of these listening sessions. That helps them get to know the institution and hear the things. I think at William and Mary, they just had members of the search committee individually sit down on sessions and report back with the search committee on what they heard. And undoubtedly there will be some themes. It could be delegated to staff. I think there's probably sort of an emotional satisfaction to be able to speak directly to at least one representative of the search committee. But it wouldn't have to be noticed meetings if we're doing just 1 or even 2 members of the committee at a listening session.
And Mr. Scott, we can also, because we're operating in a pandemic environment, a lot of these listening sessions, I imagine, and we'll discuss this when we get the search firm, will occur via Zoom, and we could record those sessions and make them available to the committee. So not everybody would have to be there, but they would have the opportunity to click on that link and then watch the listening sessions and the feedback. But just wanted to throw that out there as an option for you to consider as we move forward.
Yeah, great.
In which case, we certainly want to make sure that folks were comfortable with being recorded and having that shared.
Yeah.
Not everybody would.
Gene, we have such an aggressive schedule properly, so I think you would probably want to take Deb up on her suggestion and just have a couple of committee members sitting in on the listening session so it doesn't trigger a FOIA meeting notice.
Yeah, sounds like the plan. All right. Any other questions, comments for Deb? Everybody comfortable with where we are here? Okay. Deb, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And obviously, your number is close at hand and on my heart, that's for sure. Thank you. Lee, at this point in time, we're a little ahead of schedule. That's great. The first search firm will start at 10. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. 10 a.m. So we've got about 20 minutes prior to that. I can contact them. My suggestion to you, sir, and it's up to you and what the committee want to do. Maybe we take a little break.
Yeah.
And then we come back. I will shoot them an email and ask them if they want to go a little bit sooner. But of course, you got to make the motion to go into closed session and facilitate that and get us into that. But I can see if they want to start a little earlier. The next firm, it'll go 10 a.m. to about 10:30, then 10:30 to about 11. And then the next firm we'll have another break at 11. The
Right.
third firm can't go to about 11:30.
Okay. So in that regard, so we can take about a 10-minute break, come back at 10 till, and let's come back at 5 till. And that way we'll give everybody time to make a couple phone calls. And then I'll read the statement for going into closed session, and then we can proceed from there. So it should be right on time or just a couple minutes early. Everybody okay with that? We'll reconvene right at 9:55, if that works for everyone. All right.
That's good, Gene.
All right. We'll start back at 9:55, everybody. let me go ahead and make a motion for a closed session. And let me read the statement that I have to read. I move that this meeting be convened in closed session as permitted by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A 29 for the purpose of discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders and offerers, and discussion of the terms of the scope of such contract, where the discussion in an open session would adversely affect bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Can I get a motion that we move to closed session?
So
I'll
moved.
move.
Second?
Second.
We are now in closed session. Lee, We are now reconvening in open session, and the committee has now moved out of closed session. I am going to read the FOIA certification. At the conclusion of the open session, any person who believes that the board discussed items which were not specifically exempted by law or not included in the motion must now state whether they believe there was a departure from the law or a departure in the discussion of matters other than that stated in the motion convening the closed session. All those who agree that only lawful matters and specifically only the business matters stated in the motion convening the closed session were discussed in that closed session, please acknowledge by saying aye.
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 All those who disagree will say nay. There are no nays. The certification will be approved by the committee members, or is approved by the committee members. Excellent. I also would like to make a motion that that I have been authorized by the committee based upon the discussions in closed session relative to the search firm's preferences that we discussed, that I will negotiate with the VMI staff to select with the selected firm to enter into contract negotiations and then make an announcement upon successful negotiations with said contract firm or search firm, such that we will now have the ability to publicize that upon completion of those negotiations. I'd like to make a motion that I'm authorized on behalf of the committee to enter negotiations with the contracted firm. Upon successfully, we will make that announcement. May I get a motion?
So moved.
For negotiation. Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The ayes carry. Thank you all for your support. And at this point in time, Lee, I'll ask again if there is any requirement for open comment.
Yes, sir. So we had, again, a couple of people inquire about the process. They were given information about where to locate the live stream and given an opportunity to reply back and get a phone number. Neither one of those individuals asked for the phone number. So I think they were happy with just being able to view the live stream at the time. So to my knowledge, and I've gotten no other information, no one has contacted us for public comment.
Okay. Well, it is now 12:50, and I again want to thank each and every one of you all for taking the time this morning. I know this was kind of a long morning and very, very intense relative to having you guys stay on the Zoom call for that amount of time. Thank you. Appreciate it. I look forward to working with you all in this process. And at this time, the committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Have a fantastic day.